Good morning. It is Friday morning, and once again, it is time for relaxing painting with dice and dungeons. Nikki especially, I think, spent hours and hours priming more stuff, so we have huge piles of dungeon tiles to be base coated, touched up, accent blocked, and washed. The last 4 steps would have been the last 4 steps, but they changed the production process. So now the magnets are going in. The magnets go into these little holes here as the last step instead of one of the first steps. So the next 4 steps, base coating, touching up, accent block painting, and washing, are now going to be all but the last step of the many multi-step processes that go into producing these wonderful premium dungeon tiles. But what we have now is that pile of things. These are stacks of floors that need to be base coated in medium blue. And there is a pile that is larger than this that needs to be base coated in gray. So we know what we'll be doing for the next forever. So we think Eliminator, a little trip to nostalgia past there, has been put back on the shelf for another day. However, before I start base coating, you might recall that I was painting trap accents. So we've got these flames going on. These will burn you when the trap is set off. There is also a gas cloud, and the last phase of this gas cloud is to try to make this look more like this. So I've got this kind of beigey kind of paint and a little brush, and I'm going to be trying to paint the tips of all of the little protrusions the same way, more or less, to make it look like the gas is moving out, give it some dynamic glare. So we'll see if I can pull that off. And if not, someone more skilled at painting like Nikki can rebase coat it and start over. So I'm going to mix this paint. No, you didn't miss the intro. I will do a flip before I do that. Okay, that seems to be stirred. What can I flip today? I'm going to flip a cleaning rag. Ooh, this is not a good flip thing. It doesn't really flip, it just kind of floats. So you all are being treated to a fail of a flip. Okay, well, now we get to reposition this again. Sorry for moving the... I'm making you sick. You're getting seasick watching this. Seasick? Sick of seeing this? Okay, yeah. All right. Focus in on 3rd grade humor here today. Okay, well, there. We'll see if I'm actually going to be painting on camera today. Well, let's open up this paint. Maybe. There we go. And see if we can make this look more or less like a gas cloud. Oh, this is almost gone. Take glasses off so I can see close up. And I'm taking the tips of these things here, trying to make it look streaky. intentionally streaky. Billowy, obnoxiously, grossly poisonous. Up there. So basically, I'm trying to make this look like something you would not want to step into. We'll just too much paint on the brush there. We'll just wipe it off with my finger and deal with that later. Okay, well, this isn't looking too bad. As long as it looks as, like if you're looking at it, if it looks like something's coming at you, which is what's supposed to be happening, it's supposed to look like it's coming at you. Yeah, I think I captured, kind of a decent sense of motion there. Paint up a brush, it'll be a little dry brushing-esque kind of thing here. And that passes musteration. It deemed to be acceptable. Then we will have flames and gas clouds completed for our traps. And we'll stick that way out of the way there. Okay. So, we have a million, billion, quadrillion, many dungeon tiles to paint. I'm going to be starting with the walls. Full side. Mix of cut stone walls and rough stone walls. There's a mix of them. Inside corners, there's a lot of walls. But I was going to do these first because there's a slight chance, at least a small chance, that they would dry enough to be able to do the accent blocks. Well, there. That was water. Quite a lot of it. Actually, that was my washing cup, and now it's all over the workbench, just off camera, so that you can't see the mess that was well thought out. It becomes saturated. At least with acrylics, we're dealing with water here that could have been, denatured alcohol or something. Anyway. This is a diversion. It's keeping me from having to actually work this morning, right? By doing something, painting. So instead I get to mop up a mess of water. Do you like to see it? Here, move the camera so you can see the spill. Yeah, I was trying to find some way of having to actually do anything this morning other than babble on about how it's Friday, so might as well have a mess, right? It's usually something that's technically reserved for Mondays, I think. This kind of an accident. Yeah, you missed the flip. I'll do another flip because, with a start like this, it's just worth pretending that it didn't happen, and we'll just start over. That's what we'll do once I get this cleaned up. Yeah, you usually get to watch paint dry. This time, you get to watch drying off. Place where painting is supposed to happen. There we go. Okay. What I haven't done yet, I haven't knocked any of these tiles over onto the floor yet. I haven't spilled my coffee. All sorts of things that you could potentially be looking forward to yet. There, great. I have to refill. I need to refill my nasty looking little cup of water for brush cleaning. So why don't you watch this all dry here, and I'll be back in a second. There we go. So yeah, it's things like that can confirm to you that whatever is going on here is not scripted or rehearsed, unless you think that it's a really good idea to script and rehearse. Spilling water on everything. Anyway, you can stop watching that, go back to here, you get to look at this huge pile of walls, and then there are 14 floor tiles. There are 30 things to base coat. This is, I think, the biggest batch of base coating stuff that I've had so far. And not only is it as I look over to the side, it's actually only the second biggest batch, because there's another one that's even bigger waiting to be painted gray. Okay, well, let's see. Like I said, other than spilling my mug, special edition Dyson Dungeons mugs, got them here. I haven't spilled it yet. Yeah, well, I didn't spill it on my seat though. It's probably you're probably disappointed about that. But it's only like 10:15, and this goes on to more or less 2, so there's plenty of opportunity to do that, isn't there? Okay, I'm going to flip this. This is a jar cap that we used to test out the very first test of realistic water for a pool of swirly goo. So we painted the inside of it and then put the realistic water in, and we didn't know what was going to happen. So we just added some orange and some black and some kind of yellowish colors, a couple of different colors. And for the most part, they just kind of diffuse themselves just all on their own. In a couple of places we did a little stir with a toothpick, but for the most part it just created a nice diffusion and swirly effect. And then it dried nicely, gets a little ripply effect at the top, so it does look like realistic water even in motion, formed a bubble. So yeah, after this was done, we said that is going to work really well, and so this is going to turn into that except green. And one of our sets features that, and you'll see them kind of scrolling around underneath me as we show off some of the things that we've done in the past. So I didn't flip it, I just talked about it. Here we go. Ta-da! What were we doing? Oh yeah, we were spilling water. Yep, did a good job doing that. I'm going to put on these gloves because when painting the base coat on these things, the whole thing gets coated. So paint will definitely get on my fingers, which isn't that big a deal because if it's on the glove and it gets back on the surface, it's putting exactly the same color on the surface that we want. So there's that. And I can hold them on the top and the bottom like this, paint it all in, set it down, touch up the top, and then inevitably there is touch up later because the paint didn't quite get into maybe some of the spaces between the blocks, or in this case, the brush isn't thin enough to do that. So get out the smaller brush and spend some time just touching up tiny little spots, like on the inside of one of these bricks, or maybe on the corner there on the inside of the floor. So we'll do that kind of touching up. Most of those spots are just like really, really small, but if the wash doesn't adequately cover them later on, they will, even a little white spot in the wrong place, in the wrong angle, all of a sudden it looks like it's just an unfinished product. So we do that. Let's see, I think there's like a little less than half of this jar left. So this will definitely get used up today, and we'll be moving on to another one. Yeah, okay, let's paint base coats and not spill as much. Or at least as often. Blue paint, yeah, there's, a little less than a half a jar left. When we're painting minifigs, that little bit of paint that's in the cap of the jar is usually enough to do the accent of whatever we're doing. Here, it is barely enough to cover one piece of floor tile. Not even going to bother. We start slapping paint on. There's all sorts of little holes and divots in here. And so rather than just painting flat on it, I need to kind of swirl it around, which is not a typical painting technique, but I want to make sure that the paint gets down into most of them. We discovered that we do want to touch up spaces, places where the light colored primer shows through, but on the floor itself, some of these little divoty textures are not too much of a problem because stone floors would in reality have sometimes white spots on them. There's a little bit of mica or whatever it is, depending on the stone, just the light color showing through. And we paint the edges right down to the bottom. These are designed so that you can hold them together either with clips or magnets. Originally they were designed for clips. That's what these holes are on the side for. And we tried those out initially. But the problem with the clips is that it's difficult to clip them on and unclip them without breaking the clips or things sticking. And so we went to putting magnets in the bottom and putting a base on. And that's a really cool effect because we can the mortar lines like add 50% to the total surface area, I think, because they're fairly deeply incised. I mean, it's not printed as an incision, but they're pretty deep. You need to get the brush down in there and work the paint in horizontally and vertically. Anyway, yeah, we first started using the clips, and then it was just really hard. It wasn't so hard to put them together, but when we wanted to reconfigure it, it was hard to pull them apart. And started using the magnets, and it was like miraculous. It just became so easy to reconfigure things, and you can rotate them in any direction. They hold together. You don't need any kind of special base or anything. But it wasn't long before we were investing in large quantities of little ball magnets to hold together our ever-growing supply of dungeon tiles. Got the camera more or less on what I'm doing. It's a success. So far, that's been the success. Well, no. The gas cloud came out okay, I think. Yeah, it was the pre-spill gas cloud completion. Yeah, I can see already that if I look at it straight on, it looks like it's fine. But then I turn this a little bit, and I can see that there are spaces between the blocks that didn't get painted. I think it's because I'm maybe right-handed or something that it doesn't get there. Same thing's kind of true on this side. This is the first one, so I'm going to learn from that and maybe save myself some amount of touch-up later. Or not. So you're going to get to see me do this over and over and over and over. Say, I could do you an over for each one of these things that needs to be painted. Yeah, I'd be saying over many times. Steam wall tiles. One. They're all just straight walls. There aren't any corners. That's a good thing, actually. Because each corner is like two walls, which means that it takes almost twice as long to do one corner as it does to do one wall. the number thing twice. So it looks like, if I counted correctly, there's a total of 30 tiles. Of these that have balls of one form or another on them, and 14 plain old floors. Have completed 1/30th. I was doing 20 of something. It was pretty easy to do, turn the fractions into percentages, but dividing by 3, except for just a few numerators, the number on top, just doesn't work out as easily. So I'm just not going to mess with it. If those of you out there want to keep track and translate the fractions, in this case 1/30th, into actual percentages or decimals, feel free to do that. And you can post your answers in chat for everyone to see. We'll do another little arithmetic session here today. Anyway, yes, it's Friday. What happened this week? The weather was really kind of yucky. I think it was Monday. It's even hard to remember now because every day here in West Michigan is gray and damp. Usually this time of the year, it is gray and cold, and the snow that had fallen, like the large snowfall that we got just before and over the Christmas holiday, would still be around. Okay? So even though it would be gray outside, it would be fairly pretty because the snow would be there. Well, no, not this year, because everything's warmer than usual. This is becoming usual. The usual thing is for things to be warmer than usual now. All the snow melted, and so things are not only the sky gray, but the ground is just fallen leaves in the woods. Because it's been damp. It hasn't rained, okay? It's not like we've been sitting here getting a lunch of rain. It's just been almost like intense humidity, in a sense that the air is wet. Is how it feels. And so is the ground. Complaining about the weather in West Michigan. This will go on for a while. There's a lot to complain about. Maybe not as much as Buffalo. We didn't get 6 feet of snow or anything like that, and it wasn't life-threatening. But it sure is gray and damp. And like I said, usually in the past, the snow that we had gotten, like the snowfall that came over the Christmas holiday, we got 18 inches or something here in West Michigan, at least with the part where we are. That would have still been around, and things would have been kind of covered up, but not yucky. But now we just have, in the wooded parts, dead leaves showing off everywhere. Nothing's growing, of course. Nothing grows here really until April. So there's a long time to go before we get things turning green at all. And because it's been so damp, The ground is all muddy. Yeah, so it's just, this whole week has just been like that. I think it was Monday. The weirdest thing, the really oddest thing happened on Monday is that the clouds were thin enough and the sun shone through a little bit and we could actually see shadows. I know that sounds kind of odd too, unless you live in a place that's downwind of a lake like Buffalo. I mean, you even Oregon and Seattle don't match what's going on here. Yeah, it was so odd that people just were reacting to the sunlight. What is that? This is really cool. But this should happen like more often, maybe even every other day or something. And people were energetic and sort of going outside and things like that. And then they were reporting, because it had been so long that we had any sunlight. The report was that West Michigan, during the first, I think, 9 days of the month, more than a week, the total amount of sunshine, meaning the sun not hidden behind a cloud, in 10 days, the total amount of sunshine in 10 days was 5 minutes. That's right. We had 5 minutes of sun. And it's not just like we're living, north of the Arctic Circle with, where the sun never rises or anything. No, we're not. We're like below the 45th parallel, so halfway down. In terms of latitude, no, it was because it was so cloudy that we didn't have any sun. And it's one thing if you're used to living in a place where the sun doesn't rise because, you're like above the Arctic Circle or close to it, very far north. If you're in Norway, northern Norway, or Iceland, or think places like that. It's one thing when it's always dark, you're kind of used to it, and you get used to it, but it's just part of it. So lights and things, but here when you can tell that there is a sun because it's lighter than it is at night, that's how you can tell, is it's light gray instead of dark gray. I guess I should put it that way. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The 50 Shades of Gray. The real 50 Shades of Gray is West Michigan weather. Anyway, maybe there aren't that many. There might not be like 4 shades of gray. But yeah, you could tell that it's supposed to be day because the shade of gray is lighter than it was at night, but there's no sunshine. It's just lighter gray. It isn't even light gray. There are a couple of days that just was kind of like the gray, this. It was like that gray. That was our daytime sky. So yeah, maybe I'll just spend this entire stream complaining about the weather. We're just even sitting around saying it would be even nice if we had snow, so that when the sky was, medium gray, what light there was leaking through the cloud level would hit the snow and make things look a little bit brighter. as it is now, the light that leaks through the medium gray just hits mud and dead leaves. It makes things look, there's this kind of uniform brownish gray ground. Okay. And in some places where there had been grass, there's a slightly green tinged brown color. That's our accent color. But yeah, there's no snow in the forecast. The snow we get is like the stuff we had this morning. It's like snow drizzle. Little bits of snow drizzle that come down, and there'll be a few spots here and there where the ground was cold, where it would be slightly whitish, speckled. Not really covered white, but just speckled white. But then it would get up to like 34 degrees, which means that it would melt and just make the ground wet again, even wetter. I suppose, complaining about the weather here, there's people who complain about the weather way more than here. They, out in the Pacific Northwest, not only are they having gray skies, but what is it called? The Sky River? Just constant rain. I think like every other day, every 2 or 3 days, they'd get another couple inches of rain. So it's really awful there. The floods there are pretty devastating. So my complaining about the weather here in West Michigan is relatively minor compared to complaining about weather that's washing out your roads and sliding down your hillsides and actually killing people. And then, what did I see this morning? That there were tornadoes. Here it is, the middle of January, and we're getting tornadoes in Alabama down south. So I guess when you put it in perspective, having 5 minutes of sunlight in the span of 10 days can be, tiresome. It's not immediately deadly. It won't immediately just kill you like a tornado can, or a flood can wash you away. Like a poor kid disappeared in a flood. It's even, it's just old nature still rules no matter what. Build roads and dams and reservoirs and channels and everything else, trying to control it, and more often than not, it turns out that what you've done is definitely not helped, and in some ways just made it worse. Like all the efforts at flood control out west, by building all these concrete channels to take river water and streams and things and keep them under control, so to speak, as they say, just constricted the water into smaller places. So when there was a lot of it, it just piled up and flowed faster, right? The Venturi effect of flood water. And it couldn't soak into the ground because they were concrete lined. So it didn't even help refill the aquifer or anything like that. So all that water, from a human use perspective, not necessarily nature's perspective, all that water just ended up washing away hillsides and eventually flowed into the ocean without doing any good for future agriculture or anything else. Anyway, that's what I've been reading, is that California is now looking at ways, since this is likely to keep happening, is if we're going to get all of this water in places where we don't need it and we don't have it where we do need it, maybe we should find ways of capturing it, storing it. At a minimum, maybe letting it somehow gather into areas where it can soak back down into the depleted aquifer. Spread out a little bit and soak in. Of course, that would mean that people couldn't live in the areas where it's going to be spreading out and soaking in. Land use thing has to be addressed. And there's always somebody who says, oh no, I'd rather take my chance being flooded out and swept away in a raging river than give up part of my land for wetland where the water could be captured, soaked in. Acknowledging that there are places that are much worse off with the weather, even just in the last week or two. Still an appropriate West Michigan thing to do, to complain about the weather here. Just need to do it. I think the forecast here is no, we won't have sun, and we won't really have rain, and maybe there'll be a little bit of snow drizzle off it. We're looking at an unusually warm, unusually gray, and not wet, but unusually damp January and probably even February. I suppose there are some upsides to that. I mean, like Europe has had historically warm winter, which in some ways is kind of frightening, because that means that, the atmosphere is getting warmer and warmer and warmer. But for them, at least, the timing was good because of the gas crisis, natural gas crisis, and the cost and the availability for their heating bills. And so having a historically warm winter, although in the larger scheme of things is kind of a frightening thing in terms of the, what does that portend in terms of climate? In the short run, at least, for them, it is a very good thing, because a lot of people who would have been maybe, even frozen, maybe even killed by the winter because they couldn't afford heat or be in a heated place, will be able to make it through. Have enough money left over to eat. That done. Oh, I haven't been keeping track. I've been letting you know what the fraction is. When I am done with this one, I will be 5/30ths of the way done with the blue painted tiles. 30th is... That doesn't really sound like much, does it? Because the denominator at the bottom is so big. But that's 1/6. And when that number goes from 30 to 6, it makes it, the perception might be that it's further along. Kind of an interesting thing with numbers, that, the 30 on the bottom versus the 6, even though it's 1/6, even though there's just 1/6, the 6th seems much further along than 30th, even though the numerator, the top number, is 5. Kind of just ignore that. That's the old famous Burger King 1/3 versus the McDonald's Quarter Pounder conundrum. So there, that was 5/30ths, or 1/6. 1/6 does not make for a very easy division. What is that, like 18.5% or something? 18.6%, 18.2%. If I remember, that doesn't sound like very much progress either, does it? 18%. Now, this block, all of a sudden the numbers change in terms of perception and ease of manipulation. So this one is 6/30ths. And 6/30ths, that just sounds kind of weird, doesn't it? 6/30ths. 5/30ths, the odd number. Makes sense. But 6/30ths is kind of weird. But 6/30ths is 1/5. And the thing about 1/5 is that you can actually turn that into fairly easily a percentage, 20%. And this is one of those things where, at least to me, and maybe to others, the perception of the number of the amount of progress, 20% feels like you're further along than 1/5. Not really sure why that would be, but it does. When I'm done with this, and I'm not yet, we'll have completed 20% of the total blue painted base coating that needs to be done on these dungeons. I don't know. I wasn't looking at chat, but yeah, one could say that for some people, the 50 Shades of Grey related to the Michigan weather, West Michigan weather, could be less exciting than, what was it, the novel and the movie. But I had not read the book or seen the movie, so I can't make that judgment personally. I can say that the 50 Shades of Grey of Michigan weather really isn't very exciting. Maybe the most exciting that the 50 Shades of Grey of Michigan weather gets is like the top 3 lightest shades. The shades of gray where probably like 85-90% or more of the sunlight actually breaks through, that the gray is light enough that you can actually see shadows. That's really, when the sunlight is bright enough to see shadows, which actually happened, what was it? I don't think it was yesterday. I think it was on Wednesday. I think that we were light enough. It wasn't like there were no clouds, okay? So it wasn't like the sky was blue. But it was light gray enough to show shadows. But if you found those other 50 Shades of Grey, more exciting than the weather here in Michigan, I suppose some people would. It's a real possibility. Okay, well, what I know is that this is 6/30ths, which sounds like an odd fraction, but it translates into 1/5, which is surely, fraction, but even better, it translates into 20%, which is a percentage that feels like you're actually getting somewhere with the task at hand. This was the 20% completed dungeon time. And what I'm finding right now is that there is so much paint on the brush that it's actually just really gumming up. And I'm not going to clean it out completely. But actually, this is actually going to take quite a chore because this brush absorbs a lot of paint. But I want to get enough of it out of here so that the bristles are working again. Well, here's another one. Okay, this one's kind of messy. You've seen this before with this little. I have to pull out the X-Acto knife here. What I'm seeing, you probably can't really see it very well on the screen, is that there are little stringy bits, which are remnants of the printing process. That position just didn't go as smoothly as it usually does, and you can't really see them too much even with the primer, but when they're base coated, especially when they're washed, those are going to show up. So I don't know if maybe this one, the print head temperature was a little cool or something. But I want to get rid of those little stringy bits, especially on the sides of the floor box here. Okay, and that takes care of most of it. Enough of it anyway. Put that back. Take my now not so gummed up brush and apply more blue paint into the gaps between the floor tiles. Making at least some effort to look at it from more than one angle. Make sure that the sides are painted like that. And catch those in touching up, but the less touching up we need to do, the faster this all gets done. And time is money. At least that's what they say. I am retired. My time is money is essentially worthless. The money associated with my time is no longer terribly valuable. So maybe that's why I'm doing this, is that I'm not adding much money to the time it takes to complete these. But having been retired, and maybe this is true, maybe it isn't, maybe it's the time of day that that the TV is on. It tends to be on more in the morning. Yeah, that's probably it. Between starts to make a little bit more sense about why that is, but daytime TV in the morning between, I don't know, make up some numbers, 9 and 11. Okay. It seems that one ad after the other for drugs of some kind. A lot of medication ads, but even more so Medicare Advantage plans endlessly. You'd think that there was like never-ending open enrollment periods for Medicare Advantage plans. I could go off on a whole tirade about those. I probably won't. I can just hear the rest of the Dyson Dungeons crew saying, no, keep your Medicare Advantage plan politics out of Dyson Dungeons, so I will. But yeah, it's probably, I thought, wow, maybe there's just a whole lot more of these ads, and maybe there are. But it's probably the time of the day that the TV is on, because a lot of people would be younger, would be working, or doing childcare, or taking care of. I mean, they would be doing something other than just watching TV. So I guess it makes sense that the people who are most likely to be watching TV between, say, 9 and 11 in the morning during the week are people who are older and likely retired. So they are targeted with endless medication and Medicare Advantage plan ads. I think make you feel spry, like being the target audience of that kind of stuff. But 3 days a week, I have the advantage. Using the word again. Sometimes words just, they just get repeated in different kinds of contexts just because they were said once. But I have the privilege 3 days a week between 10 and 2 to miss the background noise of medication ads and Medicare Advantage plans and the $9.95 life insurance plans that you can buy regardless of your age or health. And what else? Just endless ads targeted at a certain demographic that I'm part of, but would just as soon not be. Because I get to do this instead. And I get to complain about the Michigan weather. But also acknowledge and understand that even though we complain about it because it is pretty gray and damp and dismal, and it could be a whole lot worse, and it is a whole lot worse in other places. Okay, well, I've used up the privilege of complaining about the weather, complaining about ads targeted at my demographic during the day when no one else is watching TV except my demographic. I've talked about the perception of being 5/30ths done with something as opposed to 6/30ths, and how 6/30ths is kind of a weird fraction, but a pretty decent decimal. We talked about 7/30ths. The last one I did, good grief. The last one I finished was 7/30ths. And there's just nothing you can do with that fraction. Turn it into a decimal, but it'll be almost incomprehensible. This one is 8/30ths. This isn't terribly much better. 8/30ths is 4/15. 4/15 doesn't turn into a decimal very easily either. 4/15 is just sort of rounding off almost, but not quite a third. As we're progressing here, we start running into that issue of the odd number numerator when you have an even number denominator, like 7/20ths or 13/30ths. They don't translate into decimals very easily. At least not when you're trying to just do it in your head while you're relaxing, while you're painting. In themselves, don't give a very clear impression of the amount of progress that one has made. So like 7/30ths. Is that good? I mean, it's 7. 7's bigger than 5, so it seems like something, but it's 30ths, so it doesn't feel like very much at all. It almost doesn't feel like more than 20%. I mean, it is. It's quite a bit more than 20%, but 20% is easier to kind of grasp and understand, and it feels like you've gotten somewhere. But 7/30ths just doesn't get that impression. And I have to say 4/15ths, it doesn't feel like much progress either. This one's 9/30ths. Now, that feels like a little more for some reason. 9 feels like a big number. 7, if people think of things like in tenths, kind of. 7 out of 10, not so much, right? I mean, even though we're dealing in 30ths and not tenths, I think that 9/30ths feels like substantially more progress than 7/30ths, because you kind of in your head get this impression of 9/10ths, 90%, even though it's not, as opposed to 7, which doesn't feel like that much further along. But the progress of basically 2/30ths or 1/15 between 7/30ths and 9/30ths isn't a huge amount of progress. But when you say the numbers, it gives the impression of having made more progress. The thought of 9/30ths. You should probably give this paint a stir. I think what we're having here is we're getting near the bottom of the jar, that there is less solvent and a little bit pigment. And I have a jar of thinner, but it's not so bad. I mean, it's not so thick that it's not usable. And it's still leveling pretty well. Brush marks aren't showing, so that's not the issue, but sort of settling in the jar. This is 9/30ths. It's kind of the next number will be a little bit more interesting. So I'm going to wait to stir this up until I'm done with the next one. Okay, now it's done with 9/30. See, I divide that by 3. That's 3/10. Is that what it is? Actually, that's kind of, I thought it would be kind of an odd thing. I didn't even bother doing the arithmetic. But yeah, 9/30 certainly feels like more progress than 7/30, but it also is 3/10. Which is 30%, which is something. Doesn't feel too bad. So, feels like a fair amount of progress. Keep shoving these up more or less. Okay, so this one is 10/30. Okay, so you would think 9/30. That doesn't sound like it would divide into some sort of like even percentage, but it did. It doesn't give that initial impression. 10/30 sounds like it would, because you're dealing with 1/3, right? It reduces to 1/3 really easily. But as you all know, as a decimal, 1/3 is really kind of nasty. Okay, it's 33.333 infinity threes, which is awkward. We don't like to deal with infinities of things, never ending. When does it stop? It never stops. It's 33.33333, and you can just keep saying 3 between now and the time that you just forever. You could go on for like hundreds of generations of somebody in your family just being given the task of going 3 for like ever. If you can imagine that. Some of you probably knew your grandparents and maybe even great-grandparents, and imagine that your great-grandparent, when they were like 3 years old, let's just say that, was given the task of saying 3 because you were trying to say the decimal, right? And that person, every waking hour, that was their job, their entire life, was to keep saying 3. And then that was your great-grandparent. And then your grandparents and your parents, and now you. And you have the job of just saying 3. Because you're trying to say the decimal that's related, that is 1/3. But you say 1/3, and it's done. Boom, 1/3. We know what that is. It's a third. One of 3 parts. Feels kind of, complete and finite. And actually a fair amount of progress. A third of the way through. It almost feels like 1/2, which is halfway, which doesn't feel... in some ways it's great. I'm halfway through, but it means that I have to do as much as I've done yet still. And we're 5 of these yet away from being a halfway through. But you can't wait for that. But anyway, yeah, so you're just saying 3. You just keep saying 3 because that's your job forever. And if you had kids, whoever your successor is, has to pick up saying 3. And then after that, and after that, and after that. And if you can just imagine, like, just going on for the history of all humanity, that somebody would have to be saying 3, and it would never end. And if that doesn't feel kind of weird and awkward, I don't know. I don't know what would. So it's one of those numbers where, 10/30ths, which, you still have 30 on the bottom, so it doesn't feel like that far. But when you say 1/3, it feels, 1/3 is not bad. But if you try to say the decimal, nope. It gets weird really fast. Speaking of the third, you should, I'm not going to tell the story here. I've done it like twice now, and I don't want to do it again, but it's really kind of fascinating, is look up the story about the marketing of Burger King's 3rd pound flame broiled burger versus McDonald's quarter pounder. And attend to why Burger King is thinking of bringing it back again and branding it the 3/9 burger. Why 3/9 instead of a third? Anyway, it's kind of a fascinating story. I believe it is actually true, and it tells you a lot about the perception of numbers. I think it's a good time to have a drink of coffee because it is just a kind of Basement Dungeons mug coffee. Well, let's see. There it is. It's not bad. It's almost an hour past the big spill. Marking time that way. Those of you who saw the first 10 minutes or so of this got to experience the local flood. Not nearly like the West Coast floods, but, a mess nonetheless. This tile is 11/30ths. I don't know what anybody can do with that. 11 is a prime number. You can't divide it by anything. Can't make it smaller. Can't make it, turn it into 15ths or 6ths or anything. This is just 11/30ths. It's what it is. Now, if I time this better, like if I started doing this, 13 minutes from now, I could be doing block 11/30ths at 11:30. Yeah. Think about that. And the coincidence of numbers, that probably means something. It probably has something to do with, start making something up. Block 11 30 at 11:30. Makes you think, doesn't it? Or not? Makes you think that if I'm saying it should make you think, maybe you're missing something. Well, you're not. It would just be two numbers that happen to sound the same that would mean something different. Yeah, more magic of numbers. One can say 11/30ths at 11:30. They mean totally different things. Like 11/30ths means that there's 19 more to go. But 11:30, even though there's a 3 in it, is actually a half. Yeah, so you can't turn that into a fraction. I mean, you can't turn 11/30ths into a smaller fraction with a smaller denominator, because 11 is a prime number, and 11 does not go into 30 evenly, so you can't make that just a single integer. But 11/30, the 30 is a half. It's not like an infinity of 3's. I don't know. I got like 2.5 hours, well, minus a break, so like 45 minutes more of having to talk about something, and I can talk about, how many 30ths I've finished of these dungeon tiles, because I can count them, and that's kind of a theme that's already going on, but I don't know, what else is there? These cut stone floors always require a fair amount of touch-up, because it's hard to get in between the blocks. There's always spots on the sides of some of these blocks that didn't get painted. I have to rotate it in many different directions to catch them. But the other thing is that this brush, although it's very good at covering large surfaces, doesn't fit into the gaps here. So it's always a matter of, with a smaller brush, 100% means on every one of them, the need to get the brush down in there to get the paint down into the bottom so it doesn't show white, especially along the sides of the blocks, like here, where you could almost definitely see that from certain angles if you are using these. That was, 11/30ths? Here is 12/30ths. That doesn't sound like a time. I don't know what does. Anyway, this is 12/30ths. Now, you would say 12/30ths, that should turn into some sort of fraction pretty easily, shouldn't it? I mean, it sounds like it should. So let's do some dividing. If we divide by 2, we get, 6/15ths, and 6/15ths doesn't really get you very far. 6/15ths doesn't sound, it doesn't sound very It's just kind of a weird number, right? To divide by 6. And this 12 divides by a lot of numbers. You can divide by 4. If you divide by 4, you get 3 30 divided by 4, which is one of those infinity numbers again, so you don't want to do that. Okay, if you divide by 4, if you divide by 3, you get 4/10, and 4/10 is pretty good. 4/10 is pretty good. You could also divide by 6 and get 1/2. Well, let's talk about that. 4/10, 2/5. Which of those sounds like it's further along? Doesn't it? I mean, if you pay attention to it, I guess. And we're just talking about perceptions here. And this is mine, so it might not be anybody else's, and I'll acknowledge that. But to me, I would rather be 4/10 along than 2/5. You know? I'd rather have 4 of something than 2 of something as we're moving along. So just one of those, kind of perceptual things where 4/10 actually feels like you're moving along further than 2/5 does. Just ask Burger King about their 3/9 burger. So there's that. But it also turns into a percentage pretty easily. It turns into 40%. And 40% is not bad. I mean, that's getting really close to sounding like half. There's something nice about being halfway done. 50%, starting to feel like we're making progress. Certainly much further along than we were before. But I have to, 4/10, even 2/5, all of those sound better than 12/30. It doesn't feel like you're very far along. When we're done with this, we will be 40% done. Sure, we'll see how much we can get out of this bottle. What's always surprising is that when you get down near the end of the bottle, you think there's hardly any paint left, and you just keep pulling more paint out, just like scraping around the sides and stuff. It's surprising how much you can get out of an empty bottle of paint. Okay, so this is another one of those kind of awkward numbers. This is 13/30. And there's nothing you can do with this. I mean, you can divide by 13 because it's a prime number. You can't divide by anything else. 12 is cool. I mean, you can divide 12 by 3. You can divide it by 4. You can divide it by 2. You can divide it by 6, and come up with an integer. There's a lot of ways you can divide 12 up. But then you add just one more. You go from 12 to 13, and all of a sudden you just can't do anything with it at all. It's just 13. You could divide by 13 and have 1 of whatever 30 divided by 13 is. I think that's probably... Is that anybody paying attention? You can do that arithmetic for me. And I don't know if that turns into another one of those infinite numbers or not. But yeah, this is, 13/30 is what it is. It's one of those kind of awkward it is what it is, numbers, and see what else. We could talk about college football, probably. The college championship game, supposedly between the two best college teams in the country. You know, both of them in the semifinals, all four teams decided that there was no D in football. Okay. There was no defense, and so they just like, I got the ball, I'm going to score a touchdown. No, I have the ball, I'm going to score a touchdown. I have the ball, I'm going to score a touchdown. You know, just like running back and forth, one just huge play after the other, where you know, the other team decided that tackling was not something they really wanted to do. That involved like falling on the ground or something. I don't know. Whatever it was, all four teams decided that they didn't want to tackle anybody really. So the scores just got absurd. You know, if you had the ball and you didn't score a touchdown, you were doomed. So there's kind of this fear, since all four teams were like that the national championship game would probably be the same, that it would be one of these, you know, 50 plus points to 50 plus points kind of games. Well, as it turned out, only one of the two teams decided to keep that up. The other one decided that they didn't want to play that way, so they didn't score but once. I think I read that it was like the most lopsided victory since the bowl series began, or maybe in any major college football program or whatever. So you begin to wonder, though, since both games in the semifinals, when it almost looked identical, it was run for a touchdown, pass for a touchdown, run for a touchdown, pass for a touchdown. The teams, in a sense, were evenly matched because they were pretty close games and came down to like one last score in the last seconds of the games or something. But was it really that the teams in one semifinal were so unbalanced compared to the teams in the others? So that when the winners of each came together, that it was 65-7 or something like that. I don't know, that was just really odd. The two surviving teams were so unbalanced. But it was, you know, it was kind of fun to watch for a little while because one team was clearly kind of dominating the other. One was, you know, really playing very good defense as well as offense. And defense had not been a thing in the semifinals. But then it just got, oh, please make it stop. And it just didn't. You know, you put the second string in and they score a touchdown, and anyway, at some point it stopped being entertaining and just became kind of sad. Okay, well, that was it. So we talked about college football. It didn't take very long, did it? No. Complained about the weather, complained about... Okay. It's 14/30th. 14/30th still doesn't sound like we're getting very far, because 30 is a really big number on the bottom. You know, and when you say 30th, we're going to have to get way near the finish before that sounds like we're getting anywhere. Because 30 30 is a huge number on the denominator, so no matter what you put on the top, until you start getting into the mid to high 20s, it's not going to sound like we're making much progress. But we can divide by 2, so we can get 7/15. 7/15 sounds a little better, mainly because 15 is smaller than 30. And 7 is not a bad number. 7/30 didn't sound like a lot, but 7/15 sounds like a little bit of progress. Yeah, so we got that going. We could divide by 7 and have 2 of something. And that doesn't really get you anywhere, because 2 of something doesn't sound like you're making any progress, and that 2 of something is 30 divided by 7, which is not going to get you a number that will make much sense. So we can't really decimalize this one. Decimate it. Let's just say, since we want to feel like we're getting somewhere, we don't want to say 14/30. We're going to say 7/15, and that feels like we're making some progress. Well, yeah. Looking at, I'm holding it at the top, so that little bit right at the top there, the mortar joints right at the top, so I'm going to guess I'm going to be looking at those and touching up quite a few of them, just because of the angle that I'm holding it at. Okay, this is number 15/30. And when you say 15/30, 15 is a lot, 30 is even more. It doesn't feel like much of anything. We could divide that by 5, and we could get 3/6. And 3/6 just, what's 3/6? Nobody talks about 3/6 of anything. So that division doesn't really work terribly well. We can divide by 3. And if we divide by 3, we get 5/10. And 5/10, that's not too bad. It's not too bad, but when you turn 5/10, and instead of dividing by 3, you divide by 15, because you actually you can divide by the whole top number. You get 1/2, 1/2. And when you say 1/2, you're really saying a whole lot more than 5/10 or 3/6. So this is the 1/2 mark. And 1/2 one of those numbers where the 1/2 just sounds even better than 50%. You know, 50% is like, yeah, it's not that exciting, but we're halfway there. It's like an accomplishment. So here, this is the halfway mark. I don't know if you can hear this or whether the sound filter is working. I say this most mornings at some point, is the dogs are out and they're out chasing themselves. There's 2 of them, and they are not just barking. You probably can't hear the barks, but that rumbling sound is not an earthquake. If you hear it, it is them running around on the hard floors upstairs. I certainly hope somebody is watching them to make sure that no harm is coming to either them or their surroundings. They rumble, getting their morning exercise. So yeah, here we are. This is the 15/30th block, the 3/6 block, the 5/10 block, the 50% block, but even more importantly, the halfway there. Yeah, sorry, I'm holding it like this and you can't really see the surface because of the way I'm holding it, but there, we'll rotate a little bit so you can see the application of the blue paint here. And every once in a while remembering to try to get it into the space on the side walls. And it looks like we're going to come really close to being at the halfway, since this is a halfway block. I'll say it again, the halfway point in the stream between 10 and 2, that be noon, and running out of paint in this bottle, so looks like we'll probably get to noon before the paint is gone, but it's going to be pretty close. So what will be the, there's a string there. Get it out with my finger. It's going to have to stay. What will be the inflection point here? Will we take a break because we're at noon, which is the halfway point in the stream timeline, or will we take our break after we use up the last of the bottle of the paint? And unfortunately for me, I'm thinking it's going to have to be the bottom of the paint because there's so little left that if I just leave it, it'll probably just turn into useless sludge in the bottom of the jar. And maybe I could find the thinner. Yeah, I couldn't. So, like I said, unfortunately for me, the break will come later than sooner. Unless I start like just really abusing the paint that's left, using more than I need to. Hey, definitely getting more exercise upstairs than I am down here. I haven't heard anything fall, which means that nothing is broken, and that's a good thing. Screaming or yelling. So the humans are mostly okay. And surprisingly, the cats haven't come down to run away from what's going on there. Okay, so this is 16/30. Yeah. What can we do? We can divide by 2 again and get 8/15, which doesn't really sound like terribly much. You can try to divide by 4, but then you're putting 4 into 30 and you get an infinity number. I say this was 16. Yeah. You can try to divide by 8. That doesn't get you anywhere. Yeah, so we're just going to have to live with 8/15. It's more than half. Doesn't sound like it. And now we're going to start painting just plain floor tiles. Those end up being a little more awkward to actually care of. There are 14 of these. There are a lot of them. And because there's no real good way to hold them, I put them on the sticky tack like this. And then when I take them off, 2 of the corners, the paint on 2 of the corners gets pulled off. And I haven't found there much of any way around that. We just catch that in the touch-up. And that's the way it is, so let's try to paint as many of these as we can until the paint runs out. And this is 17/30. 17 is another one of those prime numbers. There's quite a few of them between 1 and 20, which means that there's nothing you can do other than turn it into 1 30 divided by 17, which doesn't do any much good compared to 17 divided by 30 in terms of making a decimal out of it. So we won't even try. We'll just say that this is 17/30, which is definitely more than half, even though it doesn't much sound like it. This around, and I can let it sit on this holder thing and dry a little bit while I paint. I've got 2 holders, so I can let this one sit and dry just a little bit. I do the next one, and what that does is it kind of minimizes the amount of paint that gets pulled off when I pull it off. I mean, some of the paint, the corners where I pull it off, will still have some of the paint pulled off. There's nothing I can do about that, but if it's a little bit drier, there will be less of it than if I did it beforehand. And if I had more of these holders, then, you know, like 4 of them, I could let them sit even longer. But not as long as it would take for them to completely dry, so it's just the way it is. That's why we do the touch-up phase on all of these. Because sometimes it's like accidental, it just didn't get painted. And sometimes it's the paint pulled away from the texture as it dried because it shrinks a little bit. That happens with some of these gaps, the mortar joint gaps. As the paint will get down in there, but it will pull away when it dries, leaves little spots. And other times it's deliberate, like pulling these off of the sticky tack, because it's it's far less than perfect, but it's the best that I found in terms of being able to move this around. paint. And it's one way to use up the paint that's left in the bottle is to just get too much on the brush. I thought it was shallower, that there was less paint in it than it was. So, put that one aside somewhere. Now I've lost track here. Now this is number 19. And that does no good at all. There's another numbers. So this is 19/30ths, which is a good deal more progress than it sounds. Okay. 19 is a big number, but 30 is still even a bigger number, so it doesn't sound like we've done much progress compared to like 18/30ths. So 18/30ths was 9/15ths. Was 3/5. That was kind of a magic number. That was 2/3. Okay, and 2/3 compared to 66.6 to infinity %. 2/3 sounds like you're really moving along. So I missed talking about that as I was talking about something else. But now that's passed, and we're on to 19/30ths. (18/30ths) isn't 2/3. Duh. What am I talking about? Divide by 6. No, it's 60%. Not 2/3. The magic 2/3 is coming up next. That was 60%. 60% was one of those. Boy, we can actually make an even integer-based decimal out of that. And 60%, that's a failing grade, but it's more than half. Doesn't feel like as much more than half than it actually is, but that last one was the 60% one. This one is the 19/30ths one. Let's see, I complained about the college football playoffs because it was so weird how one team was just so totally dominated the other. Put this one aside to try a little bit while I damage the paint on the. This is the other thing I found actually is that as the paint gets thicker near the bottom of the bottle, that it gets more viscous and actually is more prone to these kind of spots that you get when the paint either doesn't get down into a little divot or it pulls away from it as it dries, because it's just not as fluid or liquid. Okay, here we go. This is an exciting one. This is 20/30ths, and you can 20/30ths is. Those are just big numbers, and they're too big really to make too much sense in terms of progress. But it's really easy to turn 20/30ths into 2/3. In fact, it almost sounds like it when you say it. So this is the 2/3 one. Now I'm going to say that 2/3 is going to sound like a whole lot more progress, and it's easier to get your head around than 66.6 to infinity %. That's right. It's another one of those, if you have a million generations of people, and each generation is responsible for saying 6 constantly, that's all they do all day, every day, it would never end. This is another one of those. Everybody's familiar with it. When you had like a third where it was 33.33, usually you put like 1 or 2 threes after the decimal and you just stop, and a lot of people just think that's where it ends. Well, that's where it ends because it's just too awful to think about what really is happening there. With this, it's a little different. This is usually presented as 66.67% or even 66.7%. And you think, no, where did that 7 come from? You think, well, that's just part of the number, right? 7. No, there's no 7 in it. It's an infinite number of generations of people saying 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, wherever. Which is why we just say 2/3, because that's not nearly as weird as an infinite number of generations saying 6 over and over and over and over again. I like you to think about that as, when you say an infinite number of 3s. Yeah, think about that. Think about your great-grandparent, one of your great-grandparents, whose job it was to say 3 constantly, nothing else ever. It was 12-hour days, 6 days a week back then, working, just saying 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And then your grandparents, and then your parent, and then you, and your kid, and your grandkid, and your great-grandkid, and you haven't even touched, not even begun to have touched the number of 3s that need to be said in order to make a third into a decimal. And then all of a sudden, a third, which is something, you can be familiar with that, just becomes something scary and weird. Well, now we just had 2/3, which is the same thing, except somebody saying 6 forever, which is why it's a whole lot less scary to just turn the last 6 at wherever point you want, doesn't matter when, into a 7, or better yet, just say 2/3. As I was doing that, I managed to lose track of how many I've done. Eight left. So this must be 22/30ths. It doesn't seem right. There's 8 left out of 30, so this has to be 22. You should divide by 2, you get 11/15ths. So when you say 22/30ths, that's just kind of a weird number, but if you say 11/15ths, that makes it sound like you're almost done. Isn't that weird? 11/15ths. It gives that impression, at least it does to me. Like 11 is really close to 15. There's a whole lot fewer numbers between 11 and 15, between 1 and 11. So, yeah, this 11/15 block, this 22/30 block feels like an accomplishment. On the other hand, when I look at the pile of floor tiles that are still to be done, it doesn't feel like it's that close to being finished. Take these out, pull this off, mark the corner, put this one on. Okay, this is 23/30. Another prime number. Nothing to be done about that one. It is 23/30. 23/30 doesn't feel like as much progress as 11/15 because that number on the bottom, that big number on the bottom, still is overwhelming. And 23 isn't close enough to 30 to really feel like it's, a significant chunk of it. So after the initial excitement of 11/15, you get the letdown of 23/30. So looking at the race, yep, the paint won the race. The clock shows noon, partway through, but there's still a fair amount of paint left. So we're just going to keep going and use up what's in the bottle. And then take a break once that is gone. It's like I said, if I just leave that, it's going to go to waste. Even if I cap it up, there's enough air in the bottle that it would dry up, and it's not. But these are just floor tiles, and so they're not taking nearly as much paint as the ones with the walls on them. So the paint is lasting a little longer than it did with the wall tiles. I'm getting more of them done. But getting things done is what the point of this is. So even getting my break yet. And accomplishing a task. And that task is to paint dungeon tiles for Dice and Dungeons. If you're enjoying the babbling about fractions and decimals and numbers and college football playoffs and the weather in West Michigan, I invite you to become a subscriber. If you really like what you're doing, seeing and hearing, you can go to patreon.com/diceanddungeons and become a supporter on Patreon, which would be amazingly wonderful. Tell your friends about Dice and Dungeons. Have them watch on YouTube or the stream on Twitch Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Most Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at least. From 10-ish until 2-ish, depending on how much stuff there is to do in terms of painting and in terms of whether there's other stuff that needs to be done that the painter has to do instead of painting. Dice and Dungeons, originally and principally, is a group of people who started out playing Dungeons and Dragons, and that campaign continues in the most entertaining and fascinating way with a live chat stream on Sundays at 2, and you can also catch it on YouTube and as a podcast. So that's a big part of what Dice and Dungeons is, and you're very much invited to participate in that as well. In the meantime, I am doing 24/30. What can I do with that? I can make that 12/15. 12/15 starts to sound like something pretty good. I mean, 24/30, 24 is still a long way from 30, but 12 isn't that far from 15. I could divide by 6 Ooh, what does that give me? That gives me 4/5. 4/5 sounds like something, doesn't it? But what's even better than 4/5 is 80%. 80% is a solid B. 80% is you're getting close to being finished. 80% is sometimes as far as you need to go with something. So this is pretty cool, hitting 80%. Yes, it is. And there's still paint left, so some more corners and go on to. Whoa, okay, that was not good. Took the whole top, took the whole top off the holder. Guess that one was stuck on there pretty well. So this is 25/30. 25/30 sounds, I don't know, sounds almost too much like 25%, but it's just saying 25. You're used to hearing 25%, which would only be a quarter of the way, which would be really discouraging at this point. (25/30) is 5/6. And 5/6, you know, 5 is really close to 6, and that sounds like you're pretty much there. I'm not sure what decimal it turns into. I think it's an awkward decimal because you're dividing by 6 again, and I'm sure it's one of those infinite kind of numbers. But to be honest, 5/6 doesn't sound as good as 80%. That 80%, it seemed like a good amount of progress. Close to finishing the paint here. I'm thinking it looks to me like the paint is going to run out before the tiles run out. So I'm going to have like 2 or 3 floor tiles left maybe, and open a whole new bottle of paint just to finish them off. But, you know, that happens. Things just time out perfectly, and sometimes they just don't. And I'm going to have more paint with a touch-up anyway, and there's no way there's going to be enough paint left in here to be doing the touch-up on all of them. There's a lot of tiles to touch up. Okay, this is 26/30. I have to say, that doesn't sound too bad. 26 is close to 30. It's a pretty big number. That makes it sound like progress is being made. 26/30. I can divide that by 2, right? I can get 13/15. 13/15 sounds even better than 26/30 because 13 is really close to 15. So it's like almost all of the 15ths that one needs to be doing. So 26/30 means I still got 4/30 left, but 13/15 means I only have 2 of those 15ths left. So that means I'm a lot closer to being done. Unfortunately, 13/15 cannot easily be reduced, cannot be reduced to an integer fraction. So that's just it. This is 13/15. You know, dipping the paint out of the edges of the bottle here. This is the face. days where you think there's hardly any paint left, but there's actually quite a lot of paint left. And it's just a matter of getting, as it drips down the side of the bottle, it collects down the little ridges around the edges of the bottle there in the bottom, and little pools, and it still continues to go a fairly long way. This next one, we picked the one that was mostly dry, but I didn't. This next one's kind of an interesting, right? This is 27/30ths. And you say 27, and you go, what can you do with that number? 27, that's almost, it sounds like 23 or 21. It's like one of those numbers that you can't do anything with. But that turns out not to be the case here. You can take 27 and divide it by 3, and you get 9. And you can take 30 and divide it by 3, and you get 10. And lo and behold, this is pretty exciting. You get 9/10. And 9/10 sounds pretty good. That's not bad. 9/10 is really moving along. But you can say 90%. And you go, 90% is almost done. 90%. That's a magic number, 90%. So instead of having this awkward number of, this is 27/30ths, and you go, yeah, well, it sounds okay, 27's a lot of 30ths. You know, you must be pretty far along if you got 27 of those 30ths. But if you say 90%, then you're actually getting somewhere. And that's what this one is. This is the 90% block. 90% tile. Three more of these left. And I've got, anyway, yeah, we lost our race with time because noon came before the paint ran out. And now we're going to see who wins the race between the paint and the tiles. And I got my money on the paint running out first because I'm not dipping much out of the corners here. I could probably tilt the bottle up on its side a little bit. Brush the paint down on the edges. I think I'm going to be, no, I don't know. It looks like I'm going to be like one short. It's that close, really. Maybe if I squeezed everything out of the brush, it's going to be really close. This is 28/30ths. 28/30ths, that's really close to being done. 28's really close to 30. I divided by 2 and I got 14/15ths. And 14/15ths sounds even just like 13/15ths did. 14/15ths. I mean, that's only 1/15th short. So that means almost finished. Of course, I could tell I'm almost finished because I look over to the side here and I only see 2 blocks left. I could do that instead of playing with the numbers, but no, this is 14/15ths. Next one, this is 29/30ths. anything sounds like you're almost done when you're dealing with 30ths of something, you have to admit that 29/30ths sounds really close to being finished. Unfortunately, that really can't be turned into a wonderful little decimal like 97% or something. At least, not a whole number decimal like that. But I can say 29/30ths and know that I am very close to being finished. And not only that, I am done with the paint and I am 1 block short. Seriously. Is there any way I can finish the last block? We are going to make an effort. No matter how sad it is, how ineffective, how much touch-up might potentially be needed, we're going to make an effort to squeeze 1 more block out of this little bit of remaining paint at the bottom, because this last block is 30/30ths, 100% done, finished, last. Now here I am, I'm scraping at the sides of this jar, trying to get every last bit of paint out of here. Nonetheless, still trying to cover the surfaces that need to be covered, because they'll have to be touched up with the last jar of paint, the next jar of paint anyway. But it's little bits of paint left in here. Let's get the base coat on more or less adequately. This is like sticking, like your finger down in the bottom of the peanut butter jar, or scraping the sides of the frosting bowl or something. It's that desperate attempt to get the last bits of paint out and just enough to cover the surfaces of this last block, knowing that there'll be probably significant touch-up that needs to be done because the paint is thin and desperate, but it's the last one. It's 30/30ths. There's a little bit of paint left on the brush. The bottom of the inside of the jar is dry. There's 1 whole side left to go. Stay liquid enough. I squeeze enough out. Paint this surface. Yes, it is. It is not good, but it is done. There's little spots that need to be touched up, but yeah, it's mostly that really isn't very good there at the end, but there's spots there and there, and it'll need some touching up, but that's it. Ugh. Yeah. Touch it with the brush that has no paint on it anymore. Make it even worse. Yep, I should just stop because it's not getting better. Okay. That's pretty sad, but it's like close enough. So this jar is way finished. So that was the saga of 30ths. I've got a lot of touching up to do on these. As the paint got thicker and thicker. The coverage got poorer and poorer. So I'll be spending a fair amount of time with this brand new, unopened, fresh bottle of paint, which you can see shows a good deal of separation between the solvent and the pigment, and we'll need a huge amount of stirring at the beginning. Well, I'll start it now, and then I'll do it again later. This requires just a lot of mixing. So I'm going to be taking a break, only 15 minutes late. I'll be doing touching up, and as I'm touching up, I will not be going out of my way to count them or do fractions or decimals. Nope, not at all. I will not be doing that. I will simply be touching up all of the white spots that are left on all of these tiles. And I'm seeing quite a lot of them. So this will take a while to get done, but it's important to do it because even after it's washed, some of the white spots in some of the wrong places especially will show through. But taking a break now will give this a chance to dry, and if the paint wants to pull away from the surface somewhere, this will give it a chance to do that. So this is just a preliminary mixing of the paint here on the paint mixer thing. The 4E's Scientific. It lights up even, see that? And that rotates and vibrates and gives the paint a quick stirring. But this, being a fresh bottle, will, you can see it's mixed up better than it was, but probably still needs a good deal more. Anyway, yeah, I'm past time for a break, so I'm going to do that. Try to think of what else to babble about for the next hour and a half. I will be back in somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes. See you then. So we're back from break. And what I'm going to do now, because I know how much you like hearing this and watching the picture waver, is I'm going to give this a second stir. This is a brand new bottle of the medium blue paint, and what I'm going to be doing is much touching up. I'm looking at these and I'm seeing the need for quite a bit of touching up. So this will take a while. What I will not be doing is I won't be talking about fractions or decimals. No, I'm not sure what I'll be talking about. Maybe nothing much at all. Maybe I'll just be painting in silence. Putting little dots of paint, and that's what touching up is using this smaller brush and putting little dots of paint on places that were not painted. And there always seem to be plenty of them. So one convention, I mentioned this before, that we have is to tell the difference between a bottle of paint that has been opened and one that hasn't, is we put a splotch of paint on the one that's opened. Just like this one that just got finished had a blot of paint on it, and this one didn't until just now. Okay. So I'll move these things closer, and as I touch them up, I will put them further away. So I'm looking at, to a large extent here, is getting paint with the smaller brush down, especially on these cut stone tiles, down in between the tiles, where the bigger brush just wouldn't go at all. And then I want to look around, rotate it, to make sure that the sides are painted. And then there's just little white spots that pop up just about everywhere. Right here, you probably can't see it. There's a spot in the mortar joint there. So what you'll be watching me do is rotate this around in different orientations so I can see all the spots that might not have been painted, and then just touching spots with the brush, because that's what we do when we're touching up. It's catching the spots that are white or nearly white, which is the color of the primer underneath. And most of the time is taken up just rotating it and trying to catch the spots as they show. And some of these will be covered over with the wash later on, which is the last step in this, well, the second to the last step, because the last step now is to put the magnets in. A lot of these, these little tiny dots, like here and here and here, those will be covered up with the wash, but I prefer to catch them right away, so that they, just in case they don't end up showing. And okay, well, there was that. Like somehow or other, that whole corner got rubbed, and the paint came off, and the spot was just, sometimes when you're looking for all these little teeny dots, you miss the one that's that big. So, and that's what I'm doing, is looking for little white spots and touching them with paint and hopefully covering up everything that needs to be covered up, so that this piece is then ready to be, all of these pieces are ready to be washed. And I'm guessing that today I won't, these can't be washed right away because I need to do the accent blocks. So there might be enough time left, even in this stream, even if I can't get all the accent blocks painted, because there's like 11 walls. It might take a while to do, but I might be able to get started on it at least. But whatever gets done now doesn't have to be done later, right? This along, but I don't. You don't want to miss spots, so take some care in the touch-up here. Just using the paint in the bottle cap first so that it doesn't get wasted. That's kind of something that we've tended to do. And makes sense here, because I'm using such a small amount of paint. You might have remembered when I started the stream today, I took the bigger brush and basically just scooped all of the paint out of the bottle cap all at once. And that was enough to paint like 2 of these floor tile, stone tile pieces. Now there's enough paint in the bottle cap to do the touch-up on 2 or 3 of these tiles altogether. So just a little bit of difference in the volume of the paint being used at this stage of the process. Cats, I don't know if that got filtered out or not. Cats came to say hello. Another one of those where the flaw was just so large it was invisible, relatively speaking, because I was looking for little dots. Not quite sure what happened there. It just got painted on too thin. And we're just taking these up kind of as I grab them. A little texture in the substrate, like there is here. Out of these paints, for the most part, level really well. So you can do a touch-up like that, and it won't even show later. With some paints that are a little thicker, a little more viscous, those spots would end up showing as a raised part. Paint would just sit on top of the other paint instead of like leveling onto it. But paints are pretty good that way. If I ever get back to painting Pink Eliminator, which might be a million years from now, because there's a lot of these tiles that need to be done, and doing them means base coating, touching up, accent block painting, and then washing. So there's many steps involved. But anyway, if that ever finishes, we'll see. when I get back to Fink Eliminator, it'll be a little challenge because Fink Eliminator's shirt is a very large flat surface with no texture. And so if the paint doesn't level very well, it's a little too thick, and then I need to go back and do touch-up, which I probably will do because it's a big surface area. Yeah, I might show the brush marks. Anyway, we'll see. You know, it's a Fink Eliminator, you know, so it doesn't have to be perfect. It's not something that we'll be trying to sell or anything like that. It's not, you know, it's just a nostalgia thing. Because I built those Finks when they first came out, when I was obviously younger, because they came out a while ago. You can even look up the publishing date and do the arithmetic. Find out just how ancient this person is. Anyway, yeah, I did the Finks. I did Surf Fink. I did the original Rat Fink before they came out. The original Rat Fink before they came out with the beady red eyes that were glued on. That was a later edition. I did Angel Fink. I did Mother's Worry. Rat Fink on a bike. Rat Fink on a bike was really cool. You know, those, you know, big high handlebar kind of easy rider kind of bikes. I even made the wave that Surf Fink was riding look like water by very carefully making an attempt at dry brushing the rough, foamy surface of it. I did all those Finks. And then they came out with reproductions a while ago, and anticipating that I would be bored in retirement, which turned out not to be the case. I bought a whole lot of models, including a full set of those. Started one, probably something like 8 years ago, got almost nowhere on it, and it's been laying around ever since. And on Wednesday, I had run out of these things, so I pulled it out and started working on it, and it turned out to be just a whole lot more work than I thought it would be. And was starting to get, after the break, finally got back in the groove, and the things were working okay, but then a whole lot of these tiles got primed. So there's 30 of them that need to be done in this blue color, and there are yet even more that need to be done in the gray base coat. So we'll be seeing dungeon tiles here, relaxing painting with dice and dungeons for a good long time again now. The good thing that this is fairly relaxing painting is, you know, what it says on the title when it comes on, relaxing painting with dice and dungeons. And we know that the part about dice and dungeons is true, but it's not always relaxing. I have to admit that working on Fink Eliminator and finding all the things that were wrong with it and difficulty of painting it and things like that, it was not relaxing, but it improved as I started getting back into this is neither a mini, because it's way bigger than a mini, although the detail work around some of the lettering and stuff was almost as exacting as a mini. It was like not a mini, it's much bigger, but it's not like a dungeon tile either, even though it's large. So yeah, it actually required attending to it in a fairly different way. But I got going on it, and I think it'll, after a whole lot of work, it will turn out to be, you know, Finky. It'll be like it's meant to be, which is not beautiful, It's kind of weird looking. When I first painted them, when I was young, I attempted to replicate the colors on the box top perfectly, which required a fair amount of custom paint mixing, which at the time was hard because they were Tester's enamels, glossy, kind of viscous. But I actually got really good at matching the colors. I'm not sure how or why, but I was excellent at color matching. I could have done that for a living probably before they started coming out with these automated spectroscopic kinds of things that they use now for color matching. At any rate, I was really good at color mixing and replicated the colors of the box top or the samples on the side of the box, or whichever one was, I think, only the sides of the boxes. But this time I decided not to try to do that and just do my own color scheme. So the shirt is going to be not that kind of beigey color, that not really beigey, kind of rose color that's on the box, but it's going to be purple. And instead of having dark blue skin, it's going to be orange with a wash on it, bring up some of the detail. Anyway, yeah. We may or may not ever get back to that. We will see. What we need to do now, though, is focus on getting all of these tiles touched up. And moving on to painting the accent blocks. And those of you who have watched before know that somewhere between 2 and 5 of these blocks are painted a brownish color, just so that they are highlighted against the monotony of the blue. It's become kind of a standard thing in Dyson Dungeons and Dragons, is to have, instead of just having like a different shade of the same base coat, to have a contrasting color for the accent blocks. And they look okay. I mean, you certainly know that you painted them a different color. When I first started doing these, the first walls were done in red with a dark wash, so they looked like kind of red granite was the look we were going for, and it came out okay. Okay, well, this looks kind of monotonous even with the wash. Let's do some accent colors. So we just did a different shade of red. And then when we did the first gray ones, it was, well, we just did a different shade of gray. So it wasn't that much contrast. It looked really realistic. I thought they looked really good as walls, but they weren't what was expected for a dungeon set for a D&D campaign. Anyway, we settled on a convention in terms of colors for base coat and accent now, and that's what we're using. And part of that is that if we ever make these available, you want to have like expansion sets, right? And then you want the expansion sets to match the original that you got, and so the colors become standardized. There are 2 standard colors for the stones, whether they are rough stone, like this one, or cut stone, like this one. One is this bluish color that looks really nicely foreboding when it's washed. It's dark stone. We discovered that fairly, just by playing around. It was like, what color should we make this one? Let's do an undercoat in this blue. I bet that would look okay, and we experimented with that. And the blue with the dark wash actually looked better in some ways than the gray. Just gave a different impression. So we have this kind of bluish dark stone set. And then we have a gray undertone, which is lighter in the impression it gives. Doing the 30 base coat in blue dungeon tiles that were primed Wednesday and Thursday. There's lots of spots on this one. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe this was, you know, when the paint was getting near the bottom of the bottle and a little bit thicker, less solvent in it. Because it seems to be mainly in the deep areas here. And that's why we're touching it up, to make those flaws go away. Try to rotate that in many different directions because it looks perfectly fine one way and then not so fine the other way. And you know the not so fine way is the way it's going to show up. Like if you're doing a stream or something, that's the spot that's going to show up on camera, right? Catch all of them by rotating it and looking at it from all sorts of different directions, hopefully catching most of it. And I find that when I'm doing the wash, probably like 1 out of every 7 or 8 tiles, there'll be a spot that's just so obvious that it needs touching up, and I have to stop and pull out the other paint and do a little spot, set that one aside, let it dry before doing a wash later on. And you go, I've looked at these like 3 times already. How could I possibly have missed the spot? And I don't know. I don't know how I could possibly do that, but I did, so that's what happens. So certainly, despite the fact that I'm looking at this 3 or 4 different angles and times, there will still be opportunities for improvement during the washing phase. And it's always just a judgment call then about, is that going to get covered with the wash and not show, or maybe even look better? Or is that something that needs to be touched up? Right there, live on camera, either I or whoever's painting that day will make that judgment call and either do the touch-up or just go ahead with the wash. And I would say at this point that almost always, like 99% of the time, I think there's been one exception in all of this, we make the right call in terms of touching up or just letting the wash cover it. All comes out in the wash. Yep. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat the whole gig on laundry. That was, that was a thing that filled some time. Talking about my grandmother doing laundry day. Not something we want to be repeating anymore. I'll just say that compared to watching my grandmother and aunt do laundry, compared to, oh no, I need to load the laundry, the washer and the dryer each like 3 times, and it takes so much time, it takes like seconds to load things and push the buttons and unload them and move them compared to the amount of work that they went through. Not even mentioning the physical labor involved in laundry day compared to the lack of physical labor, relatively speaking, in doing it nowadays. It looks like I'm not going to bother counting, but it looks like I'm moving along here pretty well, and I should have time left to do, if not all, at least get a good start on the accent lines. Probably the most time-consuming part will be finding the right color paint, which is, I put the paints away in the sense of off the table but not sorted or labeled before today because I needed a lot of space on the work surface here. What that probably means is that it's a Viejo paint in the squeeze bottles that somewhere there, over to my left in the custom-made paint holder, is the color that I need that will take forever to find. And you viewers are lucky enough that that will be done during live on the stream, because I'm not going to turn the brake thing on just while I'm looking for the right color. Nope. I'm going to be off camera, poking around, talking about my failure to find the right color. And there it is. Oh, no, it just was one that looked really similar. And when am I ever going to get around to finally labeling these things so that they're put away in the same place, kind of like each layer being kind of a color theme, you know, so I know where to look. You'll hear me talking about how eventually I'll probably never get around to doing that thing that I say I really need to get done. I could just put it on break, have the break screen up, and you could just listen to music and not really see anything or hear anything. I don't think this was a compliment, but one of the viewers did comment that the break screen was the best part of the show. I'll take that as that really was not a compliment. I mean, other than a compliment to the break screen. It's a very nice break screen. But should be sitting up straighter. One of these days I'll remember to do that, is to not slouch over quite so much. Obvious today was not the day that I remembered to do that. Until it started to hurt enough to remind me. Way, those of you who have been supporting Dice and Dungeons by sponsorship on YouTube or whatever, thank you very much. Please keep that going. It is much appreciated. Those of you who haven't, if you like what you're hearing and seeing and/or, please feel free to become a subscriber, or if you really like it, join us at patreon.com/diceanddungeons. Any support you can give us is hugely appreciated. You might even, buy some replacement paints for us with your support, or some new brushes, a couple of spools of PLA, or who knows, maybe lunch. But anyway, seriously, any support you would give us is hugely appreciated, because we really enjoy what we're doing, and we hope that you do too. And we'd like to keep it going. Yeah, some of these that were painted as the paint was running out are requiring a little more attention than the rest because the paint is pretty much pigment and not much solvent, and it didn't spread very easily. Fortunately, it's still leveled okay. This was the last one done. I can tell because this side, I ran out of paint. I mean, totally, there was no paint left, even on the brush, because I was squeezing it hard against the surface. And so, yeah, I knew that would happen. But I wanted to get the last tile done with the last bit of paint, knowing that there would be, some touching up. Now, what I want to do for sure is I definitely want to touch that side with my finger and get paint all over my hands. I am very frequently impressed by the ability of wet paint to jump from the surface onto one's hands. No matter how careful you are, no matter how far away from the wet painted surface you would keep your fingers, okay? No matter what, you still end up like that. How? I don't know. You can only assume that the paint senses bare skin and makes a leap from whatever one's painting to the bare skin just to do it. It's like a thing that's inherent in the quality of the paint. It's what paint does. It's probably why Nikki always wears a glove, because it does that. The nice thing about the base coating, though, unlike some other aspects of painting, like the accent blocks, for example, is that when one gets paint on their finger and touches the painted surface, it's the same color. With the accent blocks, it's not so nice. What happens then is it's a different color, and it makes this really nasty splotch on the surface that you're painting. Like, you get this kind of brown tannish color, and for some reason it leaps onto your thumb, and your thumb for some reason touches another part of the block that you're painting, and all of a sudden you think you're done, and you look, and there is this thumbprint glaring out in a very obvious way. And then you have to pull out the base coat paint again and touch that up. And then inevitably, as you're doing that, you see, like I just saw there, I rotated that around in a different way. And it was, how could I possibly have that giant spot of unpaintedness? Okay, this is the last one that's a wall. I wanted to make sure to get the wall ones done fairly early on with these little spots, so that this dried and was dry by the time I did the accent blocks. If the paint is still a little bit tacky, that's not too bad. It usually doesn't bleed into the other color, but if it's like really freshly painted like that and it's very wet, it will pick up and bleed. And then not only do you need to touch up the accent block, you need to touch up all the area around it. You don't. I'm saying that kind of, rhetorically. I do. I need to fix it. Because that's my job as the relaxing painter. eight floor-only tiles. Is try especially to check out the spaces between the blocks. Those should be nice and dark because they're in the shadows, right? And then catch all the little spots on the top, so at least the bigger ones. The little ones aren't too bad, even if they show white through the wash. Natural stone will have those kind of light areas, especially flagstones. Stone tiles tend to have a lot of these little white dots because there's these little random indentations, divots all over the place. And even though I try to twirl the paint into it rather than painting flat across it, sometimes it just doesn't get into those spots. But again, I don't need to get all of them because just like with natural flagstones, there would be lighter spots. So at 130, yeah. I'm not going to get very far on accent blocks, but at least I can get started so that you can see what it's all about. Those of you who haven't watched accent block painting in the past, or what I could do is just quit a half hour early, go up and have have some lunch, stretch my back. Try to be upright. But, well, why don't we get you a bench with a back? Well, that wouldn't do very much good because my problem is that not that I try to lean back, I wouldn't be able to, well, I can't do that, you know. You have to rearrange the entire studio to keep it on camera. But, you know, at least having a little better posture would be good. So I'm told. At this point, further along than when I started. Okay. Getting surface scum. They can touch the top without getting any paint on the brush. Okay. Happens as it's drying in the jar a little bit as they're going along. Hopefully that won't cause a problem with the paint later. We do have thinner. Thinner in as the paint gets closer to the bottom of the jar is not a bad idea, because the solvent will evaporate and the pigment doesn't. And even if the jar is not open for a really long time, it'll still evaporate and the consistency of paint will change as time goes on and there is less paint left in the jar. We even splurged and bought, this is Tamiya paint, official Tamiya paint, acrylic paint thinner, so that we're not just like throwing water or denatured alcohol or something in. So we can keep the consistency of the paint close to the way it is originally supposed to be. Something we'll probably end up doing, and we have done, near the bottom of the jars of a couple of these paints. It's not like they're hugely break the bank expenses, but you know, it's not free either. I'm paying a lot for the jar. You know, it's a little less than 10% the cost of a gallon can, just to put it in perspective. Not that I'm complaining about the price, because I understand, but to put it in perspective, this is around 10% the price of a gallon of, you know, average house paint. This is not a tenth of a gallon. So in terms of, you know, cost benefit, if we could go through a gallon, if we could get the paint, you know, at the right consistency, the right leveling characteristics, the correct adherence, if we were going through a lot of paint, it would make sense to go ahead and get a gallon of paint, because, you know, in terms of price per quantity, it's a whole lot less. But even with the quantity of tiles, like the 30 that I did today, yeah, coming anywhere close to using even a tiniest little fraction. We talked about fractions and decimals, but way less than a tiny fraction of a gallon of paint. And so that would just end up being wasted, and then you lose your quantity advantage. Okay, so now there's a little more than a half hour left, which gives me plenty of time to start working on accent blocks. I'll put some of these up here to start accenting. I need to do two things off camera that I told you I would be doing. The short one is to look at the color chart. And this is telling me what color I need to use. Blue walls and floors, cork brown. This is the part that will take a while. I'm going to be off camera, going through, I'll show you this wonderful custom-made thing. Our DM, Alexis, made this. These are PLA spools. Everybody, if you look online, there's like 10,000 uses for these because you can't really recycle them. So what do you do with them? In this case, she got on the 3D printer and printed this custom-made, you know, those holes are exactly the right size for the Viejo paint bottles. Pretty cool, huh? I'm looking for one that's called cork brown, which is kind of a brown color. I wanted to put labels on here and here, or off to the side or somewhere, so that I could tell what color paints there are. So I have to go by the kind of bottle cap color. Look, so quickly. I had to go through like hardly at all when I came up with cork brown. Yeah, now I need to put this back together again. Good luck to me. Okay. Let's rotate it. give you all motion sickness. Okay, there. It's more or less green over. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much where I'll be painting. So it should be mostly on camera. And now I want to give this a good stir. So a mixer thing is especially good with these Viejo squeeze bottles because you can't stir them from the bottom and get down to it like you can with the Tamiya bottles. Okay, so then shaking it just doesn't work. We found that that's not an effective way to mix these particularly, but this scientific 4E's vibrating spinning rubber top thing does a really good job of mixing the paint in the bottles. Get to make different noises. Really not that much fun to listen to, really. Okay, I'm going to move these plain floors out of the way. We don't do accent blocks on the floors, just on the walls. Floors move out of the way is sort of... yeah, so I'll be squeezing some paint into this little palette thing. Squeeze enough to get some coverage, but not so much that it all dries out before I can use it. I will grab a wall and we'll mark an aesthetically pleasing pattern of accent blocks. Just do 3 on this one to get it started, and then mark it on the other side, because if a block of stone is, if this whole block is a different colored block, you definitely want it to be the same on both sides, because otherwise you'd say that was really sloppy painting. Or you're thinking it's just one color only on one side and one color on the other. Blocks of stone are not like that. Okay, well, and there's plenty of paint there. And we got a half hour, and we'll just plug away at these. Some of these are cut stone, like this one. Some of them are rough stone. It's not like I'll be alternating, but there will be, you know, you'll see one, and then you'll see the other, and then you'll see one, and then the other. I'm starting out with one that just happens to be cut stone because it just happens to be what I picked up. And then there, you know, there's the incised mortar blocks, so in order to get fairly nice clean edges given my skill level, I like to paint up to the edge with kind of a flat brush. Holding it sort of horizontal to the surface, and just put the paint, push the paint up to the edges, and for me at least that seems to work pretty well. Pull it down, I find that sometimes the paint that's furthest away from the tip will the other surface and make a mess. This is good. I'm mostly on camera. That's always kind of a pleasant surprise. I've spent sometimes a good 20 minutes painting and talking about what I'm painting, especially with like a minifig where you'd like to see what's going on, only to find out that it was all like over here somewhere. You know, all you could see was like a hand with a paintbrush in it. that was high quality painting, streaming production. But then I discovered that if I moved the camera up higher so that it covered, you could see more distance, even though you couldn't maybe see what was happening. I mean, it wasn't as close. You weren't getting the detail. It was further away, but it had a wider field of view so that the chances of being on camera were heightened because I could pick here or here or here or back here and still be on camera. So that was a trade-off, and I selected push the camera further away, because then it's more likely that whatever I'm doing, since I'm not paying attention, will actually show up on camera. Okay, so this is kind of weird. The touch-up paint, this is the same color as that, shows glossier. That's going to be maybe it's just like one or two spots. I don't know. It's weird because it should be exactly the same paint. Didn't on this song. Oftentimes I like to do at least one on each of these that's on the top, because you look down at it from the top and see it, but I didn't on that one, and I'm just not going to bother going back to it. But on this one will show on the top. This is the rough stone. And painting this is different because the cut stone has these nice clean edges, and these don't. These have kind of these weird rounded edges, and so sometimes picking, where does this color start and the other one stop is a little more arbitrary. Really, if these were being like showpieces, you would want the stone color to go all the way down into the border line itself, but that requires a steadier hand and more patience and time that I am able to put. I did learn, since I tend to hold these things on the edges like this, and this one wraps around the edge, is not to paint the edge until the end. So I do the faces of these blocks. We have the back, hopefully remembering to do that. Sometimes I'll go, oh, I'm done, and then I turn it over and see that it wasn't done on the other side. So the sequence of the events is to paint the faces on the front and the back, and then the top here. It's currently not being held, and then the very last part is the edge, where I tend to put my fingers. And we don't really want to put our fingers into the wet paint, because then we'll touch another spot, and that spot will take on this color, and that's wrong, and then it has to be touched up. But you just get into spending a good deal more time and effort than one would think would be necessary, or should be necessary, to get the job. That showed the importance of not painting the edges until the end, when it's the very last thing to be done, and one can say, oh yeah, I need to not touch it where the paint is. As opposed to just flipping it around, trying to get paint onto one of these surfaces without really thinking about the other already painted surfaces. That's starting to get into real master modeler technique, isn't it? Don't put your fingers into the wet paint. And if you must, because aren't destined to be careful, if you must be careless and you put your fingers in the wet paint, don't touch otherwise painted areas with your wet painty fingers. You heard it here first. Yep, that's like trade secret. Gave it away right here on Relaxing Painting with Dyson Dungeons. There are other advanced technique secrets. I could share a couple maybe. One is don't spill the paint. You will regret it, So like don't have an open bottle of paint sitting here and go, oh, oops, sorry, and have it go all over the place. I mean, it's bad because you just wasted paint, but it's even worse because now you have to clean it all up. It probably got on your clothes. It's definitely on your hands. The last thing you have handy is like a towel or a paper towel or something that you need in order to clean it up. But yeah, that's a very important technique, is don't spill the paint. The other ones, other advanced trade secrets are things like, if you got a brush full of paint, don't knock it against something. And that could be your pants, or it could be another ball that's just sitting there. It's like, pay attention to the point of your brush so it doesn't just bump into things and make a mess. That's a top-notch kind of thing to be concerned about. I don't know. I'm thinking probably that one's good. Actually, coming from me, those are advanced amateur painting secrets, because I can't count as a professional because I'm not getting paid to do this. So I'm not a professional painter. It is, unless you go onto patreon.com/Dyson Dungeons and support Dyson Dungeons at a very high level and specify that your support goes to pay me. And if you were to do that, and we actually did take the money out and actually did pay me, then at least at that point in time, at that level, I would be a professional painter. Now, I'm not asking anyone to do that. I'm just saying that that's a distinction often made between a professional and an amateur. It is not that the amateur is worse at it or unskilled or anything like that, but just isn't being paid to do it. Being a professional almost always means that you're being paid to do a certain thing. Like a professional athlete is getting paid to do whatever sport they're doing. And to contrast that, you could say unprofessional, but that has a different connotation. could probably say non-professional, which unfortunately sounds almost as bad as unprofessional. So they say amateur, but amateur has the connotation of not being quite as skilled, whereas there are amateurs in probably many, many fields, because they're not getting paid to do it, who are as or even more skilled at what they're doing than a professional in that same area. But you're not getting any professional advice here, because I'm not. When you say amateur, you frequently associate that with being young as well, and in this case that's not the case. But unless you're just considered to be unprofessional because I'm not getting paid to do this, I'm amateur. So you're getting amateur advice about important things like don't spill the paint and don't stick a paint-filled brush onto stuff that you don't want painted that color. These are lessons I have learned through my amateur paintedness. Doing things like, in particular, sticking a paint-filled brush onto things that you don't want painted that color. And known to do that. Learning not to touch what paint and then touch another surface you don't want painted that color is another lesson I've learned. And you get to see me repeat that lesson from time to time right here on the stream. Fortunately, the don't spill the paint is something that I haven't done in a long, long time. And I don't really care to do, again, even as a way of demonstrating it to you. So just take my word for it. That's not a really good thing to do. You can avoid spilling your paint. Highly recommended that you do that avoidance. Don't spill paint. Yeah, there's probably other advanced amateur trade secrets that I could share, but I'd have to remember what they are. There are probably things like, well, yeah, I'll tell you some more. If you want to use your brush again, ever again, really, don't let it just sit out full of paint and let the paint dry on it. Now, it's not impossible to restore a brush that's filled with dry paint. It might be possible with the right solvent to dissolve the paint and clean it out. It's not the most pleasant thing to do, and the solvent is usually a fairly harsh one, but that might be possible. But you want to save yourself that trouble, and one way to save yourself that trouble is to actually clean your brushes before you just leave them lay about. Paint out of it. So yeah, don't brush saturated with paint. Just dry out with that paint in it. Not if you want to use that brush again. Or at least use it without a good deal of work. There are so many other things. If you're painting, if you've got a bunch of paints, like we do here, and you're painting something, and you need to touch it up, check to make sure you're using the right color and the right gloss level. I learned that lesson, and I came back to touch something up. I didn't make a note of it or anything, but there are several paints that had the same, really similar color, and I couldn't remember which of them I used. So I made a guess and touched up that area, and it was the wrong color. So my touch-up was very much the opposite of what was intended. Instead of fixing or covering up a flaw, I now had a patch of a different color. But the only good thing that came of that was that it was like a rubbed away area. It was like in the middle of a surface. It wasn't near an edge or anything. And that I was then able to identify the correct color, and I went back and once that other one was dry, touched up the touch-up, and it came back to the way it should look. But it's a really good idea when you're touching something up to make sure that you're using the same color and gloss level that is the original. Otherwise your touch-up is going to cause a bigger issue that needs yet even more touching up. I'm hoping that giving away these trade secrets is helpful to anyone else who decides that they want to do this sort of thing. But just if you want to do this kind of painting of dungeon tile kinds of things, that you don't have to discover and relearn all of these things just on your own, but that someone who has done this before can provide you with a little advice that would make your task easier, or at least less messy. Barely enough paint that is still alive, that is spreadable, left in the well here. It's kind of like it was when I was finishing the bottom of the jar of paint with the last floor dungeon tile. It's just I barely have enough paint here that's barely spreadable to finish up this last accent block. So the unfortunate part about these Viejo paints are pretty good, but you have to squeeze them out, and there's always a bunch of paint left that you just can't use in the well there. And it's not a lot. It's like a drop or two, but waste not, want not. What am I doing? I got 10 minutes left, so I'm going to squeeze out probably not quite as much paint as I did this last time. And we'll do a couple more. Accent blocks on the dungeon tiles here. Just because there's a little bit of time left, and why not use it to actually get something done. I did some top blocks on the left side and the right side, and I just do this one right underneath it there, and here, and do 5 on this one. I think there were 16 wall tiles. Yeah, 16, and this is number 5, so there's going to be a goodly number more to be done during the next stream. Just accent tiles with blocks, accent stone blocks painted before these can be washed. And then there's a huge number of dungeon tiles that need to be painted with the gray base color. And a lot of those are walls, and those will need to have the accent blocks painted before they're washed. So you'll be watching the preparation of dungeon tiles for some, unless somebody manages to work on Tuesdays or Thursdays or the weekend. Well, if you're done here on Relaxing Painting, it's going to be a while as you watch these get done. And it isn't so much that I think it's boring to watch this over and over again. I think to just watch paint be spread. The hard part is to listen to me babble about things. That can be quite trying. But you can always, maybe you can filter out the voice and just listen to the music. I suppose that's possible. And I should remember to mark on the other side the tile, the blocks that need to be painted. I did at the top, but I didn't here. This one done. Looks like I got paint maybe for 2 more after this. That'll take me a little bit past 2. But now that I squeezed out the paint, I want to use it up. Don't waste it, even though it's a couple drops. And then we will say goodbye from the Relaxing Painting. Quite yet. We'll say that when I'm actually finishing, which will be in just a bit as I finish this one and the next one. And invite you all to watch our Dungeons and Dragons campaign on Sundays. I think we go 3 Sundays a month. Check the media for the schedule of when it is showing and when it isn't. Catch it on YouTube later, or even just listen to it as a podcast, because it's mainly a lot of talking, and we're pretty entertaining. Nudity or anything like that. It's pretty wholesome. We go shopping. There's always a shop to go to, and that's always fun. Sometimes we get into combat. Died yet, so I guess that's good. But yeah, please feel to join in on our Dungeons and Dragons campaign Sundays at 2 with a live chat. It's a lot of fun. More fun than listening to me talk about Michigan weather or whatever is the topic du jour. It looks like there's enough paint there maybe for 1 more. If there isn't, then it will be partially finished. What we do here. Let's paint this one. This one. It was, just way easier because the edges are nice and sharp on the blocks. The mortar lines are deeper, so you can push the paint up to them and not have to worry that much about getting it in places you don't want to, or about where the edges really need to be. But there's a fair number. There's just one more rough stone, and then there's these inside corner pieces. Inside corners work like that. Anyway, yeah, let's just finish this one up before the paint dries in the well and I can't get anything done at all. Significantly less paint is used on the accent blocks than base coat. This around, scraping paint off the nozzle of the paint bottle here to finish this one up. So close, just like that last tile with the base coat. And he was desperately picking up the last bits of paint to fill in the spots. Paint the top. There's a fair amount of surface area on there, so we will get that as far as we can with what we've got. But what we're going to end up doing here is slipping the paint off the top of the bottle there, which is fine because that's just wasted paint anyway. And there's enough, more than enough, to finish this. Yay! Get that last one done. Okay, so what we have done here today is at the very, very beginning, the very, very start, is we painted a gas cloud. This was the prototype here, and this is the new one. And the colors are slightly different. Didn't match the colors perfectly because I can't remember what they were, but I think, that looks like it's spurting out okay. We will show that to the GM and get final approval. Last session on Wednesday, it finished up these flames. So those are part of trap tiles. I need to get that or else I'll step on it. Was the prototype gas cloud. Anyway. Then did a blue base coat on 30 dungeon tiles, floors and walls, and managed to get accent blocks done on 6 out of 16 of those walls. So there's 10 more to go that need accent blocks painted, and then they'll be ready to be washed. Once they're washed, they'll be ready for the final step, which is to insert magnets into these little holes here. 8 of them go into each one of these 2x2s. And then the base plate is covered on that, and then they will adhere to each other. And you've seen that magic before, and I could show it to you again, but maybe I'll just save that for the next time. Yeah. And after we're done with these, actually when I'm done with the accent blocks, I'll be setting those aside because the gray ones get washed in the same color as this, and it makes sense if we're watching to just go ahead and wash like 70 of these things in a sequence. Yeah. So after these accent blocks are painted on these guys, the blue ones will be set aside, and the huge number of those that need to be done in gray will come out, and they will go through base coating, base coat touch-up, accent block painting in preparation for the final painting step, which is the wash. So, I want to thank you for joining in. If you have an opportunity, please support Dice and Dungeons by becoming a subscriber, having your friends and relatives, your enemies, and other people become subscribers as well. And if you'd like, even join us in on Patreon. Thanks again, and I don't know if we're going to be streaming on Monday or not. I think it's I'm not sure. Tune in anyway, see if we're going to be streaming from 10 until 2, or watch social media for the calendar. And that's it for today. Oh, my back hurts. Stuff's got done. Time to move on to doing some stretches. So thanks again. Thanks for joining in. See you soon. Bye.